Let's try that again. Audio check. 1, 2, 3. Much better. All right. With audio working, we probably ought to get started. So get your favorite beverage ready, whatever you choose to imbibe. I had a little mini thought the other day about warming up before coding, but that's maybe a discussion for another time. Just something I've written down in my notes for things to talk about. Yesterday, we refactored a lot of STD containers away completely. And we can get away with that quite a while because I don't actually have that many assets that we need to store and reference. So referencing them all by index and having pre-allocated spaces to put them in is actually trivial in our case. And we can do that at pre-compiled time when we generate our asset warehouses. That's when we know everything we need to create spaces in our store to hold all the assets we'll ever need. And we're not running out of space yet, so it seems like a good trade-off. Everything is very static, very fast, very coherent in memory, and yeah, it just seems to work pretty well. We started looking at a bug yesterday. Didn't solve the issue completely, but I think we're on the right track. So let's beat that to death today. And hopefully it doesn't take us too much longer. Dressed. Good afternoon. I'm doing well today. I'm feeling much better. More awake, alert, more with it. I have less things looming before me today, so I can actually relax and get some coding done. I was actually surprised at how much we got done yesterday, given how broken up it was. And how are you doing from Sweden? Sweden, right? Yeah, Sweden. Thinking of my next task after beating this bug. I think I know what I want to do, but I'm not sure it's what I should do. We want to knock all these down this week, which means today and tomorrow. And actually, yesterday, for some reason, I was thinking it was Wednesday. We only had tomorrow. We only had Thursday. So I actually have more time than I thought, which is good. Let's get all the refactors done this week. Good as well. Have had a calm day with some web dev coding. Yep, nice, relaxing. Get into the zone or the groove. Coding can be very relaxing sometimes. When you're in the flow. I'm seriously thinking we'll embed uniforms in the shader warehouse as my next task, which would leave us with only the scheduler and the vertex buffer layout. So we'll see how far we get today. This is a good starting point for today. So just yesterday from the notes, we did start looking at it, and it wasn't animation related, so that's encouraging. I do think this is the problem. When I call set text, it has to do with my workflow here. Let's go to the scratch buffer and talk about it. I can imagine situations where you have a text object, and within the same frame, so let's see here, start of frame, um, you know, time update. Let's just do it this way. Time update, user input update, scene management, in case somebody hit like end game, go back to main menu, and all that sort of stuff. Then we end up in game object update, and then render. That's kind of our frame. So I can imagine inside of our game object update loop, where we're just going through each game object and saying, go update yourself, that one of them might change a text. One of them might change the same text. Let's just call this text A dot set text. One calls set color. One calls a different thing called set alignment. That wasn't looking right. Still doesn't. There we go. And then the render is called, right? And what we don't want to do is we want two things. We want the order we do these operations in not to matter. And two, we don't want the expensive computational parts computed 3 different calls before the render. So what we do is set text does a few things, but it does not actually update the renderable bits. Okay, so it'll do copy the text, update the quad count, and because copying a text buffer is fairly minimal, not as important as allocating an entire new quad buffer. Set a flag, right? Set color sets a desired color and sets a flag. Set alignment, store the color, store the alignment, sets a flag. Then, if two things call set alignment with different operations, let's say maybe we do a set alignment, horizontal, center, and vertical up. It doesn't matter. And then somebody else immediately calls afterwards right and center, right? Because there are two things warring over this resource. What we don't want is for us to have to go through every letter in the text once when we set the color, once when we set the alignment, once when we set the alignment again, and then we set text, wherein we blow away all these quads that we already created here, or all the quads that we realigned, set the text, and then have to realign it again, right? So what we want is 3 things. So text, goals, order of updates don't matter, and updates applied only once per frame to reduce text updates that don't matter. We are accepting some trade-offs in memory. So we're storing the color in 2 places. We're storing the color in a list of colors per quad, and we're storing a color in the actual vertex buffer, right? So for example, e.g. color per quad list is not the same as colors stored in vertex buffer. Okay, so we're making trade-offs, and we know what those trade-offs are. So that's sort of our goal. So in the renderer, it says if quads are, if not enough quads available, allocate new quads. If text has been set, run through each character and glyph. Unfortunately, right now, alignment and text is complicated enough that right now we run through each character and glyph every time we change alignment and text. So up here, set color sets a staging zone color, which we will apply later. We set alignment. We don't do anything. We just store the flag and we store the value and flip a flag. Set alignment again, store a value, flip a flag, trivial, cost almost nothing. Set text, we copy the text, set a flag, so we're not doing anything to the vertex buffer. Here, we say we need a new vertex buffer. And here we say we need to relay out everything. Lastly, if color has been changed, apply colors to vertex buffer. If all of that is true, if anything changed, update vertex buffer. So this means push the changes in the vertex buffer to the graphics card, which is its own expensive operation. So we want to do that as little as possible. So instead of updating the vertex buffer on the graphics card every frame, we only do it if there's been a change. And then finally we make our draw call, right? And it's a single draw call for now. Oh, another thing that can happen, maybe we do like a text a dot set font size, right? Same thing. All we do is, let's put these next to each other. Set or store font size, set a flag. Okay. And that basically says when we're going through the characters and glyphs, we just load a different texture map instead of our texture atlas and our set of character glyphs information. So this is what's causing our problem. During update time, we can do all these things, and we don't want to do this work every time something changes on the text. We want to do it once in the render call. That is all. Pat, ahoy! Welcome back. We're talking through the bug I started looking at yesterday, didn't finish. So our goal is we want to do all these set operations on a text and not have those be computationally expensive, especially since a later call can invalidate a previous call. So if we went and relayed out the whole vertex buffer here and then relayed it out again here, like this is wasted work. So instead we set a value, store a value, set a flag. In render, we only change what's been, if the flag has been flipped. Okay, so if we update only a color on text, we don't have to relay out the whole buffer. We just have to apply the colors to the buffer. We don't push anything to the graphics card unless something's changed. So this reduces the amount of work we do. And we do make some trade-offs with memory that we know of. Okay, so that's our current text implementation. Yeah, we should, yeah. So that way this only happens once per frame, no matter how many other things you call. Which is the problem. That's why the color is not being properly managed. I'm losing color information somewhere in one of these, which means they're invalidating this goal. So we just gotta find it. Do dirty rect stuff in my chess game for optimization. Oh yes. With new guest colors? Yeah. You know, bounding rectangles are super powerful. I once optimized a grain harvester simulation to be able to handle 9 acres of grain where we modeled every single stalk of grain, how much wheat was on it, how much moisture content was on it, and we knew how high you cut it, and how much was wasted and how much was stored away based on dirty rectangles. Super powerful technique. Okay, so that's our plan. This should give you a good idea of why I'm going to go fiddle around with these stupid desired color things. One of these, or maybe this, is losing my color information at the wrong time. So that's it. That's what we're doing today to start with. Sprite groups also decent. Yep. Sprite groups are decent. Very good. I approve of sprites. Let you be very efficient about certain types of operations. Okay. So hopefully this context helps, one, lock it in my brain what the issue is. And we can trace through the code to figure out where we're going wrong. Oh, come on. So that's what we'll be working on to start. Hopefully it's not too bad. All right. Quad colors. So this is that staging area. I want to set this color in the vertex buffer. So this raises an interesting condition. Quad colors. Okay. Okay. So at any time, we want to be able to say set quad whatever to a color, and that does exactly what I told you. We set a desired color, but not the vertex buffer. We set a flag and moved on. Set text color just blows through every quad and sets it. And then says update the vertex buffer when we get to it. Set color at. So this looks up the quad based on the character we're searching for, and then does the same thing. Not interesting. So those are not interesting yet. Okay, here's where it gets interesting. Copy text. Copy text. So far, I have avoided doing any kind of markup, and I don't think markup is necessary. So if we have no quad colors, so basically this is the first time we've set color on anything, we just go through and set the default color for our text. This shouldn't be controversial. This one may be. Oh, no. Backwards. This one is uncontroversial. This one may be. Create a new list of colors. Then we copy the old What do you think about this? Yeah, so the batch quad count we had before. I'm going to go through those old colors. We probably need this. Then we move through and copy into our new buffer the value from the previous buffer, the old buffer. Then we delete the old buffer and set our quad colors to this new thing. Then, if we're out past that, Then we just set our default color. I think that's correct. Okay. So that's one place. And I think we hashed this together mostly last night in the last like 15, 20 minutes of the stream before I had to leave early. So this is not bad. This is fun. Let's look where else we do quad color things. This is where we copy from our stashed list of desired colors into the quad. Compute a new vertex buffer size. If the buffer sizes aren't the same, we have to free the old one, get a new one, set it all up with the indices and vertices. Here's the GPU update call to update our vertex buffer. Clear all the flags. Okay. It's word wrapping stuff. Here. I don't want to do this. I think copy text should be good enough, right? So maybe this one is our problem. Let's just try it out and see where we're at. Compile. Debug. Yeah, the only place I allocate colors is in copy text. This might not be too bad. Gives me a single point to work in, and that is very interesting. A lot of these colors are defaulting to an alpha of 0. So that's not right. Which is a little bit odd because copy the text, count the number of quads we need, we don't change our capacity until we update our physical memory. But we do ask, we've changed the number of quads, and if we need more room than we've already got, which should be a 0 the first time around, if m quad colors is null, which should be the default, then we should go through and set all the colors. We allocate an amount of colors, say that this is dirty, we need to apply it to a vertex buffer, then apply the default color. Very interesting. Vertex buffers and colors. Save old colors if possible, pending the default color. just load things up with the default color. Okay, so that's one thing. So if we call set color here, so this sets the default color. We don't need to change anything to dirty unless the target color is actually changed.
Oh, yeah. Now I'm sorry.
Setting color to a particular character. Compute a quad. So on the main menu, the only thing that's probably getting called is here. Set text color. So let's just go to button. This button says text gets text, text size, alignment. So what's the default color? Underscore color doesn't have a default? Woof, okay. Maybe we should set a default color then. Which comes before the first one with 0, 0, 0. Maybe that will help. We are setting the color to dirty the first time no matter what. Hmm. Hmm. It's very sad. Something is not occurring in the way that I would like. Oh, maybe that's my problem. I have that flag inverted for some reason. If I reallocate the quad buffer, I have to reset all the colors. Okay, okay. Okay, so that's black. It's not being set to... Oh. So we just get some letters colored up here. Okay, well, we're much closer. The numbers, which are black, you can see them on that dark gray, sort of. And the guess are not being having their color set properly. But the new word did come in with them. Is coming with the right letters, the right colors. So the number didn't get set. And the current guess didn't get set. Everything else looks fine. Okay. And maybe we are closer than I thought. Only maybe. Let's go to the text. If we allocated all quads, color must be updated. Okay. I was setting that to false. That's bizarre to me. Unless I intended above. Oh. Because when I had these two lines in here, this actually applies the color to the pre-thing, sets the flag, then sets it in the vertex buffer. And so since we set it in the vertex buffer, we don't have to do anything to the color. That is erroneous on a couple of levels. Okay. I think this is better. Okay. So that immediately means in game scene, init game elements, underscore current guess, set text color. So why is that last color being left black? Why is normal color not being applied? See, these should have a default color set. That's not being honored now. These two lines. Hmm. We weren't closer than I thought. Why would those two lines not be applied? Set text color. Oh, what about this then? Set text color. It does set it. Okay, let's set a breakpoint or two, shall we? Game scene. Let's do the current guess. That's going to be the easiest one to track down. So it's game scene 318. Breakpoint game scene 318. Okay, so print context normal color. Red, green, blue, alpha. That does look like a gray to me. 192, 192, 192. Setting text color. So let's go to 312. Break text.cpp 312. And continue. Our current color, print our incoming color. So we have a black 000. We have 192, 192, 192. Okay. So next we expect it to go inside and store our color. So that is correct. Our current color is now red, green, blue, and we're sitting on this. So what's our batch quad count? Our underscore long, it should be 0. Oh goodness. Also 0. So this for loop does not execute at all. Okay, let's just simplify this. Let's flag isn't being set correctly to update colors. Text has to be set. Oh no, copy text. We're actually copying our text. Color dirty will just yeah, let's make this as simple as possible. All that was unnecessary. Load up our temporary colors with existing colors. Let's just see if that cleanup made anything easier to see. Make sure we haven't broken anything. So that still didn't get set to the light gray we want. And this last letter is still not being set. Okay, fine. Break in game scene. CPP. Already been to 318. So I guess when set text. Here. This line. Oh, that's when we clear it. So I'm not interested in that one. Or that one. Or that one. Enter letter. Okay, this is the one we want. 597. And we will run. So we believe that the default color we've set is correct. We type the letter B. I agree. Text set. Name underscore current guess should be a string with B and then a 0. Agreed. Good. Set text comes in here. And darn well better be line 244. So break at text line 244. We'll go ahead and set the next breakpoint here. At I guess 257. Continue. So here we are, 244, just as expected. We continue 257, just as expected. So we've copied our text. So print text B, agreed. Text is not null. So we're going to either copy text on 266, break text CPP 266, or 270. Continue. We hit a breakpoint at 266. So here's where we are. We blue arrowed text, we're here, this copy text, so we're happy so far. Print name underscore color is gray. Okay. So everything's flowing the way I would expect. So let's have breakpoint at 462. Breakpoint text be at line 462. Continue. Here we are. Let's just simplify that. Next. Wrap count. Oh, just truncated the word. Then we get the text len. Something about a null pointer. Just go to 475 next. 475. We actually copy our text. Count quads. Let's get down to there. 486. Okay. Temp underscore quad count or batch quad count. Print temp underscore oh no, old quad count. There we go. 0. So that's where we are. We've been through this line. Old quad count was 0 because there was no text. Now there is 1 character of text, so we need 1 quad. And we hit color management. Now underscore quad colors had better be null at this point. It's not. Well, when did that happen? When did that happen? Let's go to game scene. M underscore current guess. Not this one. Guess text. There we go. On render, init game elements. We do not call set text here. We call set text at next level. Oh. So this was set to 0. This is set to an empty string. So we did call set text before. Called it from here. And that's what's getting caught with a color that's bizarre somehow. Or 18. As we call next level at the start of the level. We should not call next level before init game objects. Then we do the layout, then we call next level. Okay, so that's one place where we set it. Set it, yeah, in the non-animated version. We set it when we finish a level, which seems unnecessary. So I think we do that. Guest char index 0, set it to null character, set text. Yeah. This basically can go away. It's not quite true because we are not animating it off the screen. Oh no, we are animating. Oh no. Could animate it off the screen. That will work. Then when we animate things down, Is there an immediate step? There is. So let's see here. Where do we do that? For level label. Well, that doesn't fix anything. That doesn't change anything. But the colors are 0. That's the main takeaway here. This color is non-zero. Even though print old quad count and m_long forward wrap count is 0. Even though those are zeros, we have something allocated here. That's puzzling. There's only one place where we actually allocate a color buffer. Oh. Okay. All right. Quit. Game scene. Copy text. Let's see here. First, we want to know 2 things. We want to know where next level actually calls this. So we need a breakpoint here at 418. Write this down. So we want game scene 418. Then in text, basically want to get to here, text 486. So let's compile and run this. Let's see here. Game scene.cpp line 418 run. Play. What? There are 2 versions of that function. Right now we're in the no animations version, so it actually needs to be _current guest text. Here, 508. Okay. Breakpoint game scene 508. So we're not running with animations while we debug this. Run. Play. Should pause there. So we're gonna print the old quad count. No. Gonna breakpoint in text.cpp at line 6. You can print m underscore current guess. That should be 0. Yep. Null terminated empty string, basically. We're going to run to where text.cpp. Oh, I hit run. Dang it. Okay. You know what? Let's start the whole thing over again. That one. This one. Breakpoint. Game scene. Line 508. Run. Fit Rioter, how's it going? It's going great. Super good. Starting off with a bug, then we'll move into hunting down more standard containers that we can get rid of. I'll play that over here. Okay, play, and that should hit a breakpoint, which is exactly what we expect. We want another break in text.cpp at line 486. And then continue. Now we're where we want to be. How are you doing, Fit Rioter? What's new with you? Just got done with final exams. So now you can forget everything you learned, right? That's it depended on the class. Some of them I would study really hard for like the night before and memorize everything, take the test, and then I'd forget it because I didn't care about that class. Yeah, chemistry, exactly. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done chemistry. You know, oddly though, I still do remember the prefixes and suffixes for acids and bases. I don't remember the numbers as much anymore, but very strange which things stick with you. I just want to pass the course. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Although, and maybe I was lucky, like the chemistry class I took, there was an honors let's see here. There's an honors program at the university I took. If you had a good GPA coming in and you scored good on your ACTs, they'd put you in the honor society, which meant nothing. Unless, except every semester you got to register at the same time as the seniors, which meant you would get the first pick of the classes of your current classmen, right? So if you're a junior, a freshman, and you wanted a class, you'd have a much better chance of getting it because the only other people registering at the same time were seniors. So it was worth it to keep it. So to keep it, you had to take one honors course per semester. Per year? I don't remember. So I took my chemistry class as honors chem, and it was actually quite good. The teacher taught it not like the boring, dry, lame way from like high school or straight out of the textbook. Instead, he taught us chemistry through history. Basically, we started way back with the Greeks and the four elements and quintessence and phlogiston, and talked about what they believed and why, and then how the model of the atom and chemistry changed over time by telling us stories. So he'd say, "Oh, here's this chemist over here. He was really ugly," and he'd show a picture, and you're like, "Oh my gosh, that guy was freaking ugly." But then it would stick in your brain, And then you'd be like, "And he had a question about this thing, and here's here's how he set up the test, and here's how he verified it," or hey, there was this grad student sitting around doing nothing, so they're like, "Here, shoot electrons at this one atom thick sheet of gold, and with a photo plate behind it, and tell us what you see." So this poor grad student goes off and starts shooting electrons at this film of gold, And he's like, guys, this is really weird. Sometimes it passes through, sometimes it bounces back, and like it fundamentally changed the way we think about the like the atom. So having chemistry through that way meant that a lot of the principles actually stuck in my head better, because instead of just here's the truth, here's how it works, it was here's what people believed, here's how they proved it wrong, and here's how they found what was right. And so it's way interesting. How do you shoot electrons? A little teeny tiny gun. I'm just joking. There are emitters. There are materials where if you run a current across them, you can induce them to emit photons, right? Like phosphorescent lights. Same thing with electrons. You can energize a particular material and it will shoot off electrons at a known rate. We didn't do those, just some basic organic chemistry stuff for the labs. Yeah, we didn't do the experiments, but we talked about the Michelson-Morley experiment and yeah, all sorts of fun stuff. Getting science through history was way more interesting, I thought. Like the more you learn about Galileo and Copernicus and Einstein and Newton as people and what questions they were struggling with and what tools they had available to them, super interesting. Way more interesting. Oh yeah, seeing it in person would be awesome. So I can't complain too much about my chemistry class. It was actually pretty good. But yeah, as far as topics that I needed to know and remember for my profession, it wasn't the most useful. But he did make it interesting. So okay. Oh, also the other thing I wanted to know was m_underscore quad colors. This should be null. Why is that not null? This is the first time this is being set. How can that not be null? So here, let me give you the high level rundown of what we're dealing with. When it comes to text, this is sort of the frame structure when we're running our game, our event loop. We do some things, blah blah blah. Then the game objects update themselves and each other. So maybe within the game, there's something that sets a text color, something else that sets a font size, something else that sets alignment. Oh, look, the alignment got overwritten, and something sets text, right? If every time we got one of these, we went and changed the vertex buffer, like nightmare of calculation. We go through set color and we go through each vertex of every quad, and we set the color in the vertex buffer, right? Then we set font size. Guess what? We have to go through every single glyph and character and relay out everything because the font size changed and the texture map, the texture atlas therefore changes. Then we hit alignment, and now we have to go lay out the text again because now it has to be centered or whatever. Then somebody else comes through and blows through the alignment again that you just did and sets it back the way it was. And then you set text, and guess what? You have to now go through every glyph and character again and set the color again on every single quad. So instead, what we do is we basically set a temporary value and flip a flag. That way, there's teeny amounts of work that happens each time, but then once per frame, when we go to render, we say, hey, if any of these flags have been flipped, go to update that thing. But somewhere along the line, where our list of desired colors that have not been applied to the vertex buffer yet is getting messed up, and that's what we're solving. A color is not being properly preserved so that these goals are true. The order that you update text in, shouldn't matter, because this one update is all that happens once per frame. So that's kind of where we're at. I'm just trying to figure out where I've messed up this list of desired colors. AK Elements. Welcome back. Thanks for the raid. Always appreciate a good raiding. Heyo. How are the physics-based rendering materials going? So for those in my channel, AK Elements has rated us before. Good guy, working on an interesting little project where he's building a game engine from scratch. I think it's called Onyx, right? Clustered rendering somewhat working. Disco lights, woohoo! Yeah. It flickers. Oh, see, you're way beyond my rendering capabilities here. So people from me, go visit AK Elements. He's got some cool work going on. He did like a node-based materials editor a little while ago. I pop in and watch his shows afterwards lately, but once in a while. But I can't seem to catch him online at the right time. So yeah, game engine stuff. If you're into game engine stuff, AK Elements knows his things. Good. So good stream, gotten some progress. I'm someday I will do more in-depth rendering topics. Where am I from again? I'm from the west coast of the United States, time zone, yeah. Yeah, so you started a little bit before me, but I'm like prepping all my stuff and, going through documentation and working on stuff like that. And then I start, and then you're off before I get too far in, so. Yep, time zone. But yeah, I like popping up one of your videos while I'm uploading my YouTube videos and letting you play in the background listening. Then if you say something or working on something interesting, I'll focus in. But definitely some good stuff going on there. So good time to raid. I was just going over the task we were looking at for Hit Writer in my chat here. I've got text rendering, and I've got a problem where somewhere along the line, the list of desired colors is getting stomped at the wrong time. What we want is as many text updates as we want while we're doing our update, but then those updates aren't really applied until we go to render. When we go to render, we say, are these dirty flags set? If these dirty flags are set, then we can change the vertex buffer and then do our draw. But so the update only happens once. So it should be that we can set the color, font size, alignment, and text in any order at this stage, and then it's just applied once here. But somewhere along the line, I'm blowing away my colors, or not updating the colors correctly. Start at 1930 Central. Okay. Yeah. So I'm doing breakfast, chasing kids, getting my exercise in. But yeah, like I said, people in my chat, AK Elements is worth a follow. I follow him, so you can't go wrong with that. So yeah, thanks for the raid. We have two missions today. One is to finish hunting down this bug where I'm stomping my own colors somehow. And then we've got some standard containers, list and vector kind of things, unordered maps, where that's my philosophy is sort of, if I've got one in there, I probably didn't think through the problem hard enough, and I try to refactor it out. There are probably two places where I need a real container that I don't know if I want to use the elements I've got. So standard containers are great for like getting things up running the first time, but they often need a revisit just to get rid of them. I don't like them. Anytime. I'm slowly learning the Twitch etiquette, I guess. I didn't know about shoutouts the first time or two you've rated me, so. Then I found out about shoutouts. So if there's anything Twitch related, I know almost nothing. So feel free to point out what the proper etiquettes are. So with the people you rated with, I'm building a game engine from scratch with minimal dependencies. Let's see. Let's go to a shell here. Where's my list of dependencies? Here we are. This is my list of dependencies. That's all I'm using. And on my second game, I think I can get rid of GL math without too much trouble. And I would like to get rid of query type, but I do know that will be trouble. So very minimal dependencies. Where's my port audio? Port audio? There's one more. It's not in this list. Yeah, it showed up. I'm running a debugger, so everything's a little bit messed up. Port audio. There you go. That's my last dependency. So I'm running with minimal dependencies. Basically, you don't learn, I don't think you learn unless you build it yourself. So I keep pushing myself down further and further in the stack, learn the very most fundamental basics as far as I want to at any given time. So building a game with no game engine, it turns out that you end up re-engineering game engine design principles. But so far I've managed to avoid things like virtual function calls and inheritance, except in one place where I think it's okay. And it just lets me think about the problems in different ways than I have before when I've used Unity. So this is just like a fun exercise. Build a simple game, very limited in scope. And yeah, which brings us to text rendering, which I never thought would be causing me so many nightmares, but here we are. So this is what we're in the middle of debugging right now. Somewhere in here, I'm messing up my colors. And what's puzzling to me right now is I have a text element, and in theory, according to the breakpoints I've set, this should be the first time that text is ever being set, which means I should have no list of desired colors. So this is not the colors that will be rendered. These are the colors I want to set in the vertex buffer, the one time during the render step. And this list should be null at this point, but it's not. So I'm just trying to figure out where that's coming from. I don't think I do set text to empty. So that's the one that's messing me up. So yeah, just doing some debugging this morning, then we'll go try and refactor out some STD containers. The next one I think is going to be uniform processing for my shaders. Right now I'm looking up all my shaders by name in an unordered map. I don't like that. I'm going to remove that, so it's just an index lookup. We compute all our uniform indices when we embed our shaders in our executable. So that'll be kind of the two main goals today. So it's this set text that's killing me. But where am I at? Line 486. So at line 486. This is already not. So I guess what we want to do is go to 490. So here we are. Temp colors is basically our old color, our new colors that we want to write into. And we want to copy the old colors over the new colors that we need to make room for the additional text. So in theory, this has black. Black was our original default color. Wait, no. We haven't written to this. So the fact that it's 0 is because of the, yeah, that's fine. Okay. So if we go next, so that's black just like we predicted, and underscore quad colors is also black. Pat, I'll send you those Python files in the one text file because I assume you didn't feel like extracting a zip with a bunch of stuff. Yeah, so I gave those a look over this morning. So one of them stitches files together with like an easily detectable delimiter. one of them splits the files apart based on that delimiter. Yeah, and then your base functions, your built-in functions. Yep. Yes, very interesting. All of that. Okay, so for the readers, Pat is building a programming language compiler with an AI. So he's basically keeps telling the AI to try again until it generates something useful. He's going through the tokenizer and parser stuff last I heard, right? It's kind of an interesting little project. I don't believe in AI personally in a lot of ways, but the things people do with it is interesting. Like, I don't find it to be something I'm interested in, but other people doing something cool with it, I'm cool with that. And I've never seen anybody try to build a programming language from an AI that I know of. Not that like I said, I don't spend that much time thinking about AI or using it, so it's a pretty cool little project. It's not been done. What is the default color that the text should take on is gray. I have questions. Okay. All right. Let's go back to game scene. This thing set text color. So this is the default color that should apply to all text. And now that I know that we are starting with something because of this starts us with basically a pre-allocated buffer with some colors off the end that we don't need. Because we always have to allocate a few more colors than we need in case we word wrap a long word. Okay, thanks AK Elements for dropping in. Always appreciate a raid. Have a good evening or afternoon, I guess. Pat. So I was just explaining to people your project where you're using AI to create a compiler and programming language. So I thought that was pretty cool. Didn't have any question, just plug your stuff here is all good. I do hate phones. I do not have a cell phone. I have a home phone that plugs into the wall and has 10 buttons, and that is all. I avoided getting a phone for a very long time. And then in 2000, let's see, when was that? 15, 16, I got a job. I was on call, had to have a cell phone. Hated it. Hated my phone. And I eventually figured out how to wire the on-call to just call my house phone. Then I got rid of it. Haven't had a cell phone since. Yeah, so Pat eventually will compile binaries for the system it's being compiled on, but right now it's just interpreting, unfortunately. No, that's still pretty cool. Easily add an IR and a generator, though, with what I already have. Yep. Getting rid of this phone soon. I'm so sick of them. Do it. Do it. I keep telling people I don't have a cell phone. They're like, oh, that's wonderful. I wish I could get by without one. I'm like, you don't need them. Actually, just yesterday, I talked to emergency responders, right? I'm good friends, next door neighbors with the chief of fire around here, the fire chief. And he's like, oh, well, you need them. I was like, how did you do it before? Oh, well, we use radio. See? You don't need a phone. Everybody always has an excuse why they can't get rid of theirs. But, yeah. So, we have I'm trying to decide which direction to debug this from. From here, our default color is black, but then in game scene, where we first initialize the level, oops, we set our current guess to an empty string, so that's another call to set text. This one shouldn't do anything since the texts are equivalent, but you know, who am I to judge? I'm not that worried about that. So my main issue then is when this calls set text color, why is that color not propagating through everywhere it needs to? Set text color. Oh, interesting. Okay, okay. Maybe that. That's what we need. I'm not anti-technology, but the more I use technology, the more I think that the conveniences don't outweigh the downsides. Personal choice. Everybody does what they want, but I'm a little bit tired of how much technology is invading my life. Oh, the color's right. So we do things, and then we choose a new word, and the letter D has just come in marked out. Okay, so what we do is we go back to settings, we turn animations on and make sure we didn't break anything there. So basically my theory is, oh, interesting. It is apparently alpha. Oh. They're bouncing in from the upside down. That's wrong. And my current guess is probably down below. And I know why. Okay. Good thing we tested that before we committed it. That would be embarrassing. Here we move in an animation. We have to start with everything above. By that much. Then everything moves down below the way it should. Okay, so you fixed the issue. What the heck? Yes, exactly. What the heck? So the problem was we allocate enough colors for all of our characters, plus a few to make room in case we have to add a hyphen for a long word wrap. So when we're going through here, I was going through the size of our buffer plus the known number of hyphens we added. But that meant that there were some other values that were between the number of hyphens added and the buffer we allow for adding hyphens. Some of those characters weren't being set. Then when we set color in the future, it was copying the old colors to make sure we propagated colors between text changes, and that was basically the problem. We weren't going all the way to the end of the list of desired colors. Except, I'm still not sure that's quite right. Well, it's probably right. So animations are on. Yes, it did save the state. Good. Okay, and now we have a word. C, B, and Y came in marked up. Good. Logs. Ooh, L, O, and S are on. Wax won't help anything, but Jacks might. A or C. So E or D must have one. And therefore A must be in. Therefore C must be. Oh, wait, no. Let me rewind that. AC, ED, ED, therefore A, therefore not C. Yes. Okay. URD. Honestly, we have enough information. We can probably just do the deduction. Copy notebook 1 into notebook 2, 3, and 4. We'll just use lines here. So we'll go I, E, not N. I, not E, N. Not I, E, N. So we have the 3 combinations of ways we could get lines to work. This is leans, but the word lean is different. Same letters. There's no positional information, so that's fine. Then we look for contradictions. We assume I and E are in, then N is out, then these are all out. Oh, come on. There we go. D is out. U is in, but that's a contradiction. It needs 2 letters, so this one is not a valid state. A-I-N. We can throw all those out, which means D has to be in, H has to be in, T is out, U is in. But we can't accept another letter because this is already full. So this one is out. And in notebook 4, this has to be the only correct one. So D and M are out. U and H are out. So PR is in, T is out, and we've got our word. Paren. Nope. Paper. Oh, wait, what about? There's got to be a word for this, right? What about repan? Nope. Renap? I like that renap. What word is this? Okay, could be an ER ended word. Painter. R, an R, and anyway, but the words are coming in correctly. So if we go like human, oops, it's coming in correctly. So we fixed our issue. All is well with the world. I think we're done with this bug, even if I can't figure out what this word is. I call it streamer brain. That's my problem. The colors were stored from the original words as they fell down, and that's why they were staying white for new guests. Yep. Yeah. And it all goes back to this here. I make a lot of updates. One of them was stomping the colors. Then when we went to update the colors during our update, our text vertex buffer update, the colors weren't where they needed to be. So, yes, exactly. So that's not too bad. That's not too bad. I still want to know what this word is. I give up. Drain. I made a mistake somewhere. Yeah, oops, that's a contradiction. Anyway, bug fixed. That's what matters. Nice. Okay, journal. Need a careful treatment of old colors being preserved when possible, but that didn't fix the bug. Finally found that set text color didn't go all the way to the end of the additional hyphen buffer, but to the end of the node number of hyphens, then those values were being copied incorrectly. Text color now back on track. Alternatively, one thing we could do is we could implement some kind of rich text as a way of embedding the character color information within the text stream itself. But I don't want to do that today. If we ever go down that road, I do not want it to be like a standard wiki markdown or an XML, HTML kind of markdown. I don't want any of that. No HTML here. I have ideas, but that's a much larger project than I am going to deal with today. Yeah, so we're storing our color off to the side. We've got our text over on this side. That's where some of the confusion came in. One of the joys of Markdown is that your formatting comes in the stream of the text, and so I don't have to store state as much on the sides. I can update the vertex buffer as we go through the characters. So I know there's an alternative. We're not dealing with it today. So there, boom, done. Star shell, get status, get update, get everything, get dash in. And we are going to write out fixed text color bug. Yeah, see journal for details, yes. The information needed would be too big for a git commit, so, and anything much less than that would not describe it adequately. So I think we're good. Boom. Okay. Next task. Knocking them down. I think this one, every frame, every shader that has any number of uniforms is thrashing away at an unordered map. And while I doubt that's my performance bottleneck, I know exactly how many shaders I have. I know exactly how many uniforms they all have. So why don't we just embed that in our embedded shader data and use an index lookup? That's what I think. Which is a more detailed version of this line item here. So this actually gets rid of 3 lines of our tasks. Okay, so let's move this over to the old journal. This one will be a little bit tricky. Where we embed shaders here, I need to break this out more. We cannot use these functions anymore. Basically, back when all we were embedding is key file for all of our different assets, this was fine to have a common write header, write source from a common place. That is no longer viable. This will be the third one we break out of here into a custom processing. Because like for textures, we want to store UV information, so it has its own custom writing. And we're going to do it here. What's the other one? Sounds, PNGs, shaders. I think sound data did have I think fonts is like the last one left. Bed fonts. Yeah. So right now it's fonts and shaders that are just dumping the standard binary data and nothing else. So shader is about to be the new one that's broken free. Okay. So first step, we're going to copy write header and write source. And make some changes. Class label, define label, size mode will be defined. Entry count. I guess is strictly unnecessary to pass. Size mode will not be necessary here. Okay. I'm going to go to common. Right. Header. This write source. Okay, yes, write source. We're just going to copy those over. And then start making changes. So, header. We do not need size mode or entry count. Entry count is basically now just the size of the files divided by 2. It's done in the key value pair still, which kind of makes me sad. Actually, how sad does that make me? I think that makes me very sad. Okay, so embed files. We have a sound definition. We're going to do something like that here for shaders. We have a key, we have a file. And 24 is plenty to start with. We're just making our lives as simple as we can. Key, file, 1024. We do not need tags, we do not need volume. What we do need is a list of uniforms. Uniform, but we don't need a. Let me think. I missed the fix for the hanging in game. Was it unordered map refactoring related? Oh yeah, so yesterday, Pat, we got through the sound. We refactored all the sound to get rid of all the standard library containers. And we tried to test it, but then the texture storage, which also has its own hash map, started blowing up. So rather than just fix that bug, which makes no sense to me, we then went ahead and refactored the font, the texture storage, to not use an unordered map anymore. And that got rid of the hanging problem. It stopped crashing. So once you remove all the unordered maps, everything just works better. RCR in STN. I know if you know everything statically, you can also hardcode location CPU side and in shaders with layout location equals. Let's see here. Layout location equals. So I'm a newbie to OpenGL and GLSL. I know that the uniform creates an address somewhere on the GPU, and well, here, let's go take a look at. Whoops. Well, let's look at something that has. Let's see. Let's go ahead and just look at assets, shaders, text, vertex shader, I guess. So we have these uniforms. And I know that creates an address on the GPU somewhere. I believe it's associated with the shader, right? Nice, I figured. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there are unordered maps littered throughout the AI's code that I'm overseeing. Lol. Yeah. As in layout location 0 uniform vec3 position, you replace the 0 with anything you want, including a preprocessing token shared with the CPU code. So those are these locations, which are coming from my vertex buffer. Are you saying extend my vertex buffer to hold this stuff? Maybe I'm confusing things. Oh, yes. Yeah, so I've been using position for vertex attributes. Does it work for uniforms as well? Interesting. Okay, so here's what I'm doing, and again, I'm not an OpenGL expert. I like copied somebody's toy example program and have been like slowly building on that since. So maybe there are more ways to skin the cat than I know of. But if we go to like text.cpp, we go to the render function. Let's see here. I find my shader, and then the way that he had structured his code that I stole the structure from. The shader, when I set a uniform parameter, I have to go to shader where I set something. We get a uniform location by name. I don't want to do that anymore. And what that does is it says, here's the location. If I can find it in the location cache for the shader, here's the number, right? And it's looking this up by name. If it doesn't, then it has to shove it into the hash by name. So that's at least 2 hashes if I have a miss, and it's at least 1 hash if I have a hit. Okay? So I'm trying to get rid of that. And I know that I can pre-process my shader statically beforehand, which means I can create an enumeration. So instead of having an unordered map, I can just have an array the size of all the uniforms. And now when I say, do I have this uniform? It can default to -1. If I don't have a negative, if it's still a -1, I can do this call to get uniform location and then update it the one time, but I'll always look it up by index, never by hash. Okay, so you're saying, so I guess I've never seen layout location with uniforms. because I've been treating uniform addresses as a black box. I don't know what they mean. I don't know what the values are. They're integers. But explicit uniform location, GLSL. Okay, so let's see. Maybe we can do some reading on stream if that's of interest to people. So I know I can make what I want, remove all the unordered map calls. I can do it all by index and cache and store that location with a single lookup one time. But let's see here. Turn on browser. Browser. No browser. Okay, if I put it over here. Browser, there it goes. It only pops up if it's on Twitch. Okay. The first time. Oh. Can be directly assigned in the shader using this syntax. So I can give it a location. Interesting. I did not know that was even possible. I'm putting that in my notes somewhere. And then maybe, yeah, maybe I don't even have to look up. Ever. I do know everything at runtime. Or at compile time. Oh, very nice. I see. Yes. Bing, light bulb goes off. Fireworks. Mind blown. Nice. Okay. As always, I have to think. What, your name has no vowels in it. RCR NSTN. You have earned your dinner today. That may just make my life so much easier. I'm putting that in the chat in case anybody wants to follow up while they're learning OpenGL as well. Explicit uniform location, so useful. Yeah, I know everything now. Perfect. We just need to go through, retool every single shader. Which, I mean, I've only got like 4 of them, so it's not that big of a deal. And give them an explicit location. Then I don't even have to look it up or cache it. Editing the Super Mario 64 decomp. Hey, that's pretty cool still. Mario 64 was classic. Classic stuff. No, I'm totally here to learn all about... Oh, nice. Okay, so let's... Okay, we're not going to change anything here. Assets. I have a new toy in my toy bag. Look at this. Shaders. Let's just grab the first one. Color quad. Fragment shader. Color quad. I don't think we have any uniforms here. Oh, we have one. Clipping enabled. Okay, so we can do layout location equals 2 3 4 6 4 5 6. Now I have 6 locations defined and I know them at runtime or at compile time. Well, at embedding time, actually. And this one, clipping enabled, was location 3. That should just work. Let's see here. Reckonstern. Vertex attributes and uniforms have different location namespaces, so you can start over at 0 for uniforms if you want. You can, I guess I should read the rest of that article. That article I found in. Calling is guaranteed to return 2. It is illegal to sign. Okay. uploading arrays will be still work. Well, that's good. 15 forms of program given the same explicit location. They do refer to the same uniform. Good. They have to match in variable name. That's okay. GL max uniform location. So it is a separate pool from the vertex attribute locations. Okay. 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 Yeah, I do want to start over at 0. I love 0. 0 is great. And let's put the one shared attribute I'm using with the 2 shaders at 0. No, everything else has an MVP, so we'll probably put MVP first. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Interesting. Okay. Then we changed clipping enabled to location. Now all I have to do is look for lines that say layout location equals something uniform, and I'll know I'll have a uniform. I just need lines that look like this. Yes. Okay. Okay. All right. Let's go to the next one. We did colored quad. We're doing simple texture vertex. Texture fragment. We only have the one uniform here. And over here we have this one, which I guess is 1. Okay. Because if I remember right, the uniforms are shared across the fragment and vertex shaders. This is okay. It's batch fragment. It's batch vertex. Let's take the new MVP the same as always over here. This will be location 1. I imagine this is less useful in a highly dynamic world, but I am not in a highly dynamic world. Text batch. What else we got? So we did colored quad. We did text batch, and now text fragment. Text vertex. We do have a few more uniforms here. So our vertex. Same as the other one. 2, 3. One, so clipping enabled is consistent, and then this one I guess picks up at 4. There, I think that's it. Now none of that should change anything about how our stuff behaves currently, except that we will always get these numbers in response to our query. So let's do that first. To tools bin /embed our shaders, which put it all in the shader warehouse for us, which shouldn't be a big deal. We are now seeing our uniforms having a location. Okay, so it made it. It's good. We're in. Let's do a compile. Yeah, sure. And then if we run it, nothing should be broken. We haven't changed anything fundamentally. builds debug. There we go. Okay. Oh, I need an extension enabled. Or version 4.3. All right. I've avoided using extensions so far. On the next game, I definitely plan to upgrade to a higher level of OpenGL, but for now I'm limiting myself to 3.3 so I don't get into the too highfalutin of stuff. I'm trying to keep the scope very small. We can try it. Let's just put it in for now, and if I don't like it, we'll take it back out. When color quad X. Color quad F. Texture vertex. This is so potentially useful. I never have to cache anything or make a request. We'll just always know the location. Texture batch. Batch fragment. Text. Text. Fragment. Tools in embed shaders. Shader warehouse. Reload. Okay, so there's our extension. It's in file. Okay. And look at that. It all works. And every single frame we are doing many, many hashing functions. When we should do a direct lookup. Yeah. Brings us back to embed shaders. So here, do I want an unordered map? Potentially. I have sort of two ideas on this. So one is, let's look at my image warehouse. One thing I did was in our images. Let's see your assets, images, images text. I can put my UV in pixels under each image. And because of the way we've laid out these keys, I can always do an index lookup, and they are range checked to the object to the text you're trying to get a UV for. So if I say, here's my texture, and it's called button corners, and if I set a UV that is top normal, then I know that's not a valid UV for this. So it does allow me a certain amount of checking I can do, which this other one will not. I can come up with a nice little array list of unchecked UV locations. How do I feel about this? Unchecked UV locations. They don't have to be unchecked. We can create an array, look up the array index, and they get the location directly. It's a one array index lookup for location. I think that's reasonable. I think that's what we're going to do today. Okay. Not PNGs. Embed shaders. Okay, we want an STD. So people might be saying, aren't we trying to refactor out all of the unordered maps? And that is correct. I'm trying to get rid of all of the STD containers in the game. This is part of my asset pipeline. In fact, I may come through here one of these days and replace all of this junk with Python, because Python makes string manipulation so much easier. In fact, is today the day? Do I replace embed shaders with Python code? It is an idea. I kind of don't want to do that this time around. Let's go to our to-do list. Future thing. Replace asset pipeline handling with Python question mark. So when we're embedding large files, Python is slower than than C by a considerable amount. In like small tight loops where I'm iterating over character individually or bytes individually, which I do. So maybe this is not a good idea. There are some aspects of Python that would make my life easier though. Yeah, let's not go Python. Let's not go full Python. Map string to an integer location. Take a vector of shader definition and shader definition. Which I think means read key value file needs to go away. Actually, our shaders need to be a little bit more interesting. There's so many different ways we can go down this path. I know that some people embed or put a fragment and vertex shader in the same file with like a delimiter between them, just like Pat was doing earlier. That way the two are always coming as a pair. What we have now isn't bad. Okay, what about this? We do shader definition pair. Key1, file 1, key 2, file 2. Definitely changes the read function. So let's go copy the read function real quick, which is, where is read key value file? We'll repurpose this one to shader definition pairs. So I can reconstruct the files individually for the AI. I know. I had to specifically tell the AI to separate the files like that. Otherwise, I got the most idiotic comment placeholder snippets. Yep. One of the problems with AI, it copies really well, but it doesn't think very well. All right. We can then start from the basic idea out of here. Okay, so step one will be reading in everything we need in our new structure and printing that out. Then we'll start trying to parse looking for uniforms. Then when that's working, then we'll go regenerate new headers and so forth using all the new stuff. Always do things in pieces. File name, word. Okay, push backward. And shader definition pair. There we go. So what we were doing was shuffling in 2 words into our list and moving on. That is no longer acceptable. We're going to shuffle in 4 words at a time into a new object. So what we want is int token count equals 0. If token count equals 0, actually, switch token count. We're going to do a bunch of stuff. Plus token count. No, not necessarily. Case 0, we're going to do some things. Case 1, we'll do some slightly different things. Case 2, we'll go through some different things. Case 3, do that. Okay, so if we're at the first word, we expect 4. What we're going to do is result.push back something or in place. Just so I could reconstruct the files. Yeah, sometimes pseudocode that was for like different files. It would give me the contents of my primary and the parser, but not for the unary. Yeah, AI is an idiot if you don't get specific. Yeah, so it's kind of one of the problems that also plagued language verification and formalization. Like, I don't know about you guys and your CS degrees or whatever, but when I was in university, the big thing was that UML. We were going to design a code in UML, and it will be able to handle everything as a system specification, and then we can use that to generate perfectly correct code. Except that the problem is, well, and be able to verify it, right? So the problem is any language that you define that's expressive enough to define any system that we already can is itself as complex as the systems you're trying to replace, right? So by the time you've built out a UML diagram that is sufficiently well requirement defined to generate verifiably correct code, it's already more complex than the original language you started with. And then verification actually runs through a similar problem. By the time you have a verification process that is sufficiently advanced to analyze correctness of your current system, you might as well have just tested it yourself, right? Formal verification runs into similar issues given current paradigms. So yeah, I think AI runs into sort of the same problem. By the time you've got it to make something useful, you've already specified a system so completely that you could have written it yourself in the meantime. It's like I tell people though, like they're like, "What do you do all day?" I'm like, "Well, I explain to the stupidest person in the world how to do the simplest things in the world." That's what programming is. The computer does not understand it, does not know, it follows instructions and nothing else. Let's see, Pat, I had to start telling AI to not use comment placeholders because I would get code back and not even look at it until I would get compile errors blowing up saying, yeah, it's good. Existing code. Existing code. I like it. Yeah. Yeah, so anyway. Let's see here. So annoying. Lol. Yes. Maybe we do this slightly different. Let's do this. Public shader definition does nothing. These fields are all public, so we don't care. And the main thing is key one is null. We just want to initialize everything in null. File one is null. Key two is null. File two is. I just want 0 initialized basically. Maybe we rename these a little bit. Drag. Because it's not that all over the place. File one, file our fragment shader. 2. Key vert. File 2 with file. Now that I've written those, I actually don't like them that way. However, yep. Okay. Actually, gonna search for the place. We'll just swap words, word, swap word. Oops. Swap word. I want vert. The invert file on top. Makes more sense to my brain. A poor, tired brain. Swap. Vert key. Vert file. Okay, there. Now we can push back something. Or wait. A shader definition pair. Suppose we could in place back not pass anything, should be fine. Plus token count. Result, back. It's called back. I don't like any of the namings out of this standard library either. Dot. Copy into key our word. There we go. Now, slot 1 will be for file. Drag key. Drag file. And then token count equals 0. So just keep looping around. That's still not quite right, but it's okay. These are null initialized. Therefore, that's fine. Actually, yeah, those are not enough null initialized. Those are arrays. We don't have to initialize nothing. Sam. Right, those are not pointers, those are arrays. Boom, perfect. So that's basically it. Now, this is our new read input file. Shader definition pair, files, read, input file. We'll comment out everything else for now. For auto pair in files. Oh, after a while, insert. Insert that token count equals 0. And that's basically it. Let's convert to a little convenience function here. Vert key, drag key. We'll assume the file's skimming correctly. Okay. Pair.log. See how that goes. Okay. Build and embed shaders. Okay. All right. Here we go. Fatal error. Oh. Yes, I forget we're in this world of embed shaders. Now we get errors. That's good. Uniforms. I guess we got to give it an ID. Size mode. Oh, yes. Okay, well, we're only doing bytes, which means we can get rid of everything that has an option. Basically, we wrote some fairly generic code for outputting either an image or one-dimensional binary data. Size mode, shader definition pair. Keep running size mode down to size. I'll come back and just comment out a bunch of stuff. Which means it's we're not doing that. Lower five. Actually, past the normal. Rather than rewrite things too much. Size mode bytes. Actually means we're not striding through files that way anymore. Oh. Kill a bird. To shove into definition pair. Okay. Size mode is bytes. Okay, then we're going to comment out a lot of this junk. Still, we are happy. Write our header. We're not going to write a header. We're going to write a source. We just want to get rid of the errors while we work through the preceding stuff here. Simplify, simplify, simplify. Okay, that compiled, then maybe we should get something useful logged out of here. So cd tools bin slash embed shaders. Okay, we now have a shader definition, a vertex and a fragment shader. I would like to assert at some point, as long as I'm consistent with naming, I can make verifications. Like this, followed by this. There always is a vertex, then there's a fragment, then everything before that is equivalent. We can do that. Void or bool is valid. Stir and stir time. Key. Ooh, let's see here. We're gonna do a Sterling avert key. So let's take a look at it's Sterling minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Sterling minus 6. Avert key plus that. The same thing for the frag, let's see, equals v underscore glsl. Assume true unless we run into a problem. Definition. This S expected to end with, we'll wrap that in quotes. Sometimes you get like weird dangling white space issues, so throwing quotes around things makes that very clear. Expected to end with v dot, well, underscore v, I guess. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's 7. Fragment key, basically our lookup name, our human readability, except that this one's expected to end with and. Okay, the last thing we want to check is if stir end comp vert key and frag key out this distance. Is not equal to 0, then that will also be an error. We can manufacture some quick examples of that in no time at all. Frag key. Return result, and that'll tell us everything that's wrong. Not a problem. If pair dot is valid, log it. Okay, and like I said, we can massage the input file. Not plus, very close. Shift button didn't depress enough. It's not depressed enough. Drivist, time to go to bed. Very good then. Have lovely dreams, lovely Swedish dreams. Dream of ketchup on your spaghetti. Honestly, that's all I know about the Scandinavian countries. Maybe I need to get more cultural. Okay, so they all passed. We've manufactured some issues. Assets, shaders, shaders.text. So if we misname one, or if we accidentally have an F instead of a V, like we switched those two maybe. Oh, and it just blows up. Look at that. My stir-in comp is broken. I'm making a stromboli at the moment. Yeah, oh yeah, oh, stromboli. Now, I know it's not a real stromboli, but there used to be a pizza place near where I worked, and every Friday we would go to the pizza buffet. And they had a Philly cheesesteak stromboli. It was greasy and heavy and fatty and very unhealthy and super salty, like super, like lots of Parmesan cheese on it. Like it was great. I know it's not the same thing, but it always reminds me when I hear stromboli. Dave's Pizza is good comfort food for a programmer on a Friday. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Good comfort food. So it interestingly did not detect this character difference. Alright, so let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 is your sterling. Minus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 is too many. I need to go all the way to 6. So let's go make that change. 6. Okay, okay. Slightly better. So now the file prefix needs to be the same. Good. The next one is blowing up, which I think is okay. We do want that F and V to match. Actually, let's put them back the way they were. Let's just change one of these to have a slightly different thing there. Oh, that's fine. So it is crashing in this. Oops, forgot I had that full. I bet. Can't even tell. Look at that. Vert key plus sterling minus 7. Oh, haha, haha. Vert key. There we go. If we actually pass things to the formatter, I wish that the language would tell me when I'm doing something stupid like that, but you know, small details. Okay. Expected shader definition pair. So that one is correct. And then the last one, we'll mess around with. It's this one where we'll swap the F and the V around. Text F expected to end with V, text V expected to end with F. Perfect. Only one of them was a valid definition. So we at least have some basic sanity checking now. Good. That makes me feel happier already. Shaders. I just gotta fix them. F, V, GLSL, text versus text A. Might as well align text already, right? And they shall print, no errors, should be good. Okay. So basic checking in, that's always better than It's not valid. Put that in braces and say valid equals false. If valid, or still valid, then what we want to do is probably write the source first this time. While we're writing the source, we will have that file open and be able to capture. Oh. File sizes. Where does that happen? Let's look at shader warehouse. Yeah, we define sizes after we've processed the file. Okay, this will work. Go to write source, then header. And this is the part that gets messy. We got rid of this. Read file into data. And we get our data size. Okay. So then we can write out the text. We store the size. That all is fine. We do not want to delete the data yet. Boom. Boom. Look for uniforms. That's where that's going to go. In the meantime, though, we just need to write out this stuff, some of which is going to be wrong. If sterlen less than 7, uh-oh. Yeah. Yeah, sure. You are right. Just because I mean, I name my files that way, and I'm not sharing code with anyone else. So I'm always guaranteed to name the ends of the files that suffix. So do I invert len equals, let's just do this for len once, frag key, invert key len, frag key len, key len minus 6. I'm going to assert 3 things. We'll just do it by assertion. Assert key len. Shame on me, not properly capitalizing things. Key len is greater than 7. We'll assert that the frag key len is greater than 7. And lastly, assert that the frag key len is equal to the vert key len. If your prefixes are the same, if your suffixes are the same, then your length should be the same. Yes, exactly. So, I mean, blowing up on an assert is a great way to find out you've done something that you don't expect. So these will blow up on the most egregious. I mean, I could do an if and print. We could do it that way. Let's just do insert for now. We can come back and make beautiful error messages if we run into it. To do, consider beautiful error messages instead of exploding. I'm going to change this a little bit. Check valid. We're going to store our valid state. That way I only have to process it once, then I can always ask it each time we go through the loop. Oh, every time we loop through, be like, were you valid? Without having to run all the checks again. Bool is valid. Check valid. Valid equals true. Result valid. Is valid. Is valid. There. It's not considered valid until we've checked it. And if I could check right, that would work better. But then that is valid is cached for later use. Okay. Yep. Okay. All right. So looking better. So let's go make sure that the right source doesn't have any surprises for our new way of looking at files. Get data doesn't change anything. Get size doesn't change anything. Get key. These are all just accessors, so these aren't actually the interesting bits. Get index. We write an index to key map. So here's one place where we iterate through the files. So files at index dot vert key drag key. There, that's the new, oops, yeah. So that's basically the rule. Anytime we iterate through the list of files, instead of skipping files, so that we get the key by skipping by twos, we get our file, and then we get pair of things. I think that's correct. Get some size information we can snag. Here is the tricky bit. We're going to iterate through the files. Vert key was an index dot vert file instead of, let's see, where's the f name index started by 2 index. I don't remember what we're passing index for. We definitely don't divide by 2 now. But do we do index and index plus 1? I think we do. So here's vert. Then we get the frag. And go to index. Oh. Index times 2. It's times 2 plus 1. And we save out the sizes because we're going to write those out later. So in our file.index, file index dot vert file size and our frag file size. There, I think that's it. So we iterate through each pair of files. Grab the first one, write out the binary data, storing the size. Write out the second one, storing the size. Frag, everything looks good. Up to there. Okay, good. Then sizes doesn't. It's not any different. Except we do not iterate by 2s anymore. And actually, let's take care of output lines. Files index this needs to get broken out, I think, over multiple lines to make it a little easier to read. So index dot vert key I think in this case, it's just always a comma. This is the vertex, which is the first of 2 ones we need to write out. Second one we output is files index. Oops, what am I doing? Dot vert file size. Drag file size. Drag key. If index equals files dot size equals 1. Put out a comma, otherwise we have to put a comma. There. Is that everything? Let's see how bad we did. Lovely refactors, the entire presentation. Nothing new in the chat. File not declared. I tend to agree. Put a comma after my comma. File size is read only. Oh, no. Five. Yep, we got rid of those. And that one actually goes away. There's that one. Okay, so Did I? I did. I made this a const. We can remove const. I have to remove const, otherwise this won't work. Blah, blah, blah. Hey, it compiles. It doesn't work necessarily. Boom, it wrote out files. Now, one thing we really want to do while we're in here, do we? Yeah, it's fine. Okay. We can go ahead and write header now. We have everything we need for that. Not passing. Oh. Right, header does not send this stuff or that stuff. Yeah. Right, header. Let's get this working. Blah blah blah. Insert extended string class. We made our asset there. None of that should change. Actually, integer count is just times 2. Because we have a pair of files for every file. Oh, which also changes this thing. This is a time when we're walking through the files. So plus plus. Okay. This is dot e. And we're just keeping a count. That's much better than I feared. Then we'll go over the frag key. Basically doing the same thing. How bad could it be? Oops. Oh, interesting. File index. Index dot vert key. Aha. Oops. One little warning. There we go. run it. Now let's take a look at our shader warehouse. H. Reroute from disk. Does this look significantly different from before? Error is not properly up. The shaders. Not that one, this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Fixed. Okay. We are getting these in the order we expect. Good. Nothing else should have changed. Make sure all those files are in the CPP file. Okay, these first functions don't matter. This one, index to key map. I do not have text v. I do have those two. I have those two. I have those two. And I have the extra error. Text v was outputted to a file, just not to this index to key map. We will take a look at that. Oh, I see. New line character issue. Basically a skill issue. All right. What was there? Text v is here. Text f. Text batch. Text batch. Call quad. Oh, already call quad q. Call quad b. Call quad f. Texture text v. Text f. So the files are all here. We just have a small skill issue around next to right here. I think all we really want to do is that. I put a new line character right there. Run the embed. Data warehouse. Reload. That looks better. Okay, so those are all fixed. Data warehouse.h. That error should now be properly indented. That is the wrong number, but okay. Embed shader. Times 2. Oh, should error really be 4 there? No. We're basically using error as a way to report that you're outside of the bounds, so it should be bigger than the number of things we've got. So 8 is the first available error index there. Correct. Good eye. So that should be fixed. 8. Perfect. So basically I can look up a texture file asset by index using enumeration. And error will fall outside the asserted range. So if we go to like shader warehouse, whenever we get something by that, we get the index and then we assert it's between 0 and some number. Entry count is 8. So everything should be between 0 inclusive and 8 uninclusive or exclusive. So that all checks. Okay, so I think shaders might be done. It does remind me that a couple of my other embeds things also had error indent up problems. And now I'm wondering how many of them have index to key map issues. Probably all of them. So we did it for shaders, did it for embed pages, embedded wave files. Update there, 1, 2, 3, 4. Here. Okay, then embed fonts. Unfortunately, this is the common, which we'll have to eventually break out. Oh, come on, what was my make file rule for this? Make all, build all, okay. Build all. The shaders, the fonts, the pages, and waves. What else? Words. Yeah, words hasn't been changed in forever. Okay. Phew. Okay. Semi-major refactor. Everything should still work as before question mark. Let's do a full clean and build. Just make sure we're starting clean here. Once this is done, then we will start hunting for uniforms, adding it to that structure while we write those files out in the source, and give ourselves a nice little enumeration. Maybe we'll pound define, I don't know. Pound define, enumeration. Let's take a look. Enumeration. Multiple entries have the same value. That would be convenient. Microsoft says enums should not have duplicate values, so maybe we just pound define it, or static const int. If I compile with the right flag set, this should work much better. So I have to decide. Maybe pound define is the way to go. Pound define the uniforms. Static const int. I can type def it. Let's get them stored in our data structure first. We're just mulling it over in the meantime. So that actually worked. Compilation finished. /source builds debug or sleuth, and it did not crash. So all of that refactoring did not break anything. Animations are working, things are working. So crowd is out. Ultra Demons, therefore chips is out, even if you can't see it. Placed Rhino, Proud Lines, okay. Interesting. BD, logs, wax, wax. EA can have at most one. It could be either, it could be any number of things. Okay. AE. Okay, if it's not A and it's not E, then it has to be W or X. But if it's not A and it's not E, it has to be both B and Y. Therefore, EA must contain one. W, X are out, and L is out, which means B or Y are in. Flogs has the other pair, so we can get B, Y, and F, G, and that's it. Which means N is in, and E is out. And M is in, and A is in, but not T. Main G. That meets all my requirements. Ooh, that's incorrect. Those should be bookshelves. We'll have to look at that later. Everything else ring up correctly? Okay, that's another bug. 2 bugs. I'll take a look at those later. This is why we occasionally play the game. Make sure we catch our errors. Bug. Books on bookshelf. Not rendering properly. Bug next. Now it's your game scene. Next level. Should clear. Yes, colors. And I'm okay with that. None of those are hard. Not sure exactly what's going on here, but we can probably figure it out. All the other textures are showing up fine, so I'm not too worried about it. Okay. Spiel. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so everything's working, given our updates to our shader warehouse. Which means this right here, we have the file loaded, and we want to look for uniforms. Let's write a function for that. Void, find uniforms. We want const char star text int text length, and we want address to this sort of thing. Pointer. Data size. Then we need files at index. Dot uniforms. Take the address of all of that. This should do nothing, but it should. Build RJ equals a thing. Files is not declared. Oh, interesting. At this point, we do not have what we need. All right, we have to type if our own function is no longer shareable. Embed file function. This is now embed shader function. Okay. Now we can type different slightly differently, where we have to pass in the files. If int index I mean, we don't have to. We can pass things in slightly differently. But we can read this one. That's terrible, but workable, I suppose. Which means we no longer need the width and height. If we're going to redefine our own type def, we can clean that up. Index. Oh. Okay, so that's also slightly different change here. Divide by 2. You have to divide by 2. The index we're getting is the index of the file we're writing, not the index of the pair of files that we're working on. And we do want to check both vert and frag for each pair into the same category. So this is fine. Okay. Let's try that. See what happens. Oh, change your mind, huh? No strong bully. Now you're going calzone. I do like a good calzone. My wife made this. There's so many different things you can do inside of a calzone. Like I've had breakfast calzones and obviously the pizza type ones, but my wife made a chicken cordon bleu calzone. That was pretty good. Tool spin, that's actually bad shaders. Okay, in theory it did things without dying. Therefore, we should check this thing. Or at least make sure that it's executing. Looking for uniforms in. Oh, whatever. Just make sure it's executing. Father Boat Nag, cheap viewers. Oh, the bots are in. I don't know what they think they're going to accomplish with me botting anything. Like, this is very niche stuff. I don't know why anybody would actually watch unless they're, interested in my very, very particular tiny niche corner of the Twitch. Looking for uniforms. Okay, they're all looking for uniforms. Now comes the actual hard part. To actually look for uniforms. We have text. And what we want, let's take a look at a shader here, text. Right. We want to find a line that roughly has this pattern in it. And we need two pieces of information out of it. We need this location, and we need this name. Location and name. I'm not using regex for this question mark. There's no reason to. This is very structured. There's really not much going on here. Perhaps a better example would be the text vertex shader. So we have two batches of layouts we have to look out for. So what we want is a line that starts with layout and contains uniform. So basically we need to blaze through every character looking for new line characters. After that we look for the word layout location equals. When we find that, we look to see if the next thing is uniform. How white space sensitive do I want to be? I kind of don't, but eesh. I'm the only one using this, so I can be fairly rigid in my format requirements. Is that true? Okay, question the first. I think all types are a single word with nothing weird like, what's it? So we got text, V. We've got color quad V. All these type parameters are straightforward. All right, let's just start walking forward one character at a time. And we'll just grab one example here to work against. All right, 4. Yeah, we can do it by index. Either way, I don't matter. Okay, we're just gonna play through forward over every index. RC equals text at index. I don't remember. Hold on. Read file as text file. So I'm reading as a text file. So I don't have to worry about the line names. Mark start of line. Consume leading white space. Look for white space. For paren. White space for location. Read number. Let's read a number. Okay, another option. So we abuse the heck out of fscan. Fscan. Maybe just abuse the heck out of fscan. Until I write myself a proper parser, better text handling, maybe the easiest thing to do is that. Start of line equals 0. End of line equals index. And do some processing, and then let's set our new start of line equal to index plus 1. What we're going to do is we're just going to create a temporary string. Which is the size of end of line minus start of line plus. So let's see here. So let's do a very short string A, B, C. 0. Oh, this is the new line here. So 0 1, 2. So 1, 4, we get the new line. So if we take 4, we have room for the end of line character. So this is it. 3 minus 0, 0, 1, 2. Next 0, 1, 2, 3. And that leaves us enough room for everything. So we don't have to do anything right there. Stir, copy, stir and copy into our temp from text plus start of line. This many bytes. Int line length. And then plus 1. Copy line length. So be at index 3. The length of 3 plus 1. So this is index 3. Looking at this. Okay. Once we have this line, I'll do things to it. Delete. Okay, now that scan might do what we want. Did not realize you'd be parsing the GLSL. Depending on how flexible you want to be a future implementation, you want to leave the GLSL parsing to the driver and query it. You could still do this at build time if you really want. The build machine would need to be able to get an OpenGL context though. Things like shader RC, but I'm guessing that's not really up your alley. Not up my alley yet. Maybe you're right. Maybe I need to reconsider parsing the GLSL. Maybe I am going down a rabbit hole. It's also extremely static. Like, I don't mind a lot of the things I'm working on being right now being static, but later on, if we start doing dynamic shaders on the second game or maybe the third game, it would require a heavy overhaul. Whereas if I just have a place to cache every uniform, I can do one query and be done, and then it's just an index lookup. Mostly I'm just trying to get rid of the hash lookups. Maybe. Yeah. You're probably right. GLSL probably not. We shouldn't be parsing it. Okay. That actually would make it more in line with how we're doing UV embeddings. Oh, well, no, hold on. I need to. Okay, there's two options. Two options. One, we do what we're doing where we're finding the uniforms in the GLSL. That is nice. Alternatively, we could just put it here. Let's say uniform and whatever it's called, wherever that is. Text fragment. Sure. We just grab this. Just put it in and done. There's no GLSL parsing, but I would have to keep the list of uniforms for each shader consistent in this text file. But it's a more manual process. Let's keep going down the deep dark rabbit hole for a minute or two longer and see if we end up in a place where we can live with it. S format, etc., etc. So line wants to look like this. We'll add a bunch of things to it as we go. But we want to ignore leading white space, intervening white space, intervening white space, intervening white space, intervening white space, modulus D. Intervening white space, the word uniform, something, some word, and some word. Which means we need an int location. We need a char uniform type of large quantity, uniform name, location, uniform type, uniform name, matched count equals that. Matched count equals 3. So scanf will return the number of formatted entries that were assigned. So if we get a line that'll match, we will get 3 parameters. We'll get the location of something of some type and some name. Let's just print that and just see where that gets us. I'm just curious now to see how far that gets us. Cheap, dirty parsing for now. Yeah. Let's see. Okay. Found uniform modulus S and modulus D, which is a thing. So we're going to take our uniform name, our location, uniform type. Just see if we get any kind of good printout out of that. Found uniform UMVP and trash 0 and then trash. Yeah, that's a modulus D there where it needs to be modulus S. Not sure that fixes it, but okay. So basically we're just going to scan a line, copy a line, fscan it. But we are getting trash off the end of this. Which I thought scan would 0 terminate. But this is actually shockingly close. Map for sample 2. textures 4. That's actually a special case, which is unfortunate. An array sampler. An array of samplers, I should say. It's putting trash at the end of these uniforms sometimes. Why? Were those scanf arguments really in the right order? Application D. So here's our example lane. Layout. Location equals a number. Location. Uniform type. Type. And the name of the uniform. We don't need to consume any more than that, though. Uniform name. Uniform name. Location. Type. I think we're just over scanning. Nope. Scanf is returning, honestly, decent values in most cases, except for that. So what if we stir and copy? It's the thing at the end that's killing us. Oh, stir and copy. So line at line len equals 0. 0 terminator line. Stir and copy, I thought tagged to 0 in the end. Maybe. And it's beautiful. UMVP, we are getting a semicolon, so let's go back to scan. I put the semicolon back in. Well, if it's very consistent, we can also factor out the semicolon. Okay, so we'll have to factor out the semicolon ourselves. But that is not bad. I've seen worse. Oops, sorry, looks good. Yeah, no, I always think that the different stir copy versions, some of them 0 terminate, other ones don't. I guess n copy doesn't null terminate for me. I've run into it before, so it's a thing I try semi-regularly when I get trash off the end. So yeah, no worries. That semicolon not getting munched is fine. We know it's going to end in a semicolon. So we can work around that. Okay. If mash count equals 3, we found a uniform, and now uniforms. If our uniforms contains uniform name, so first condition our uniform name. Here, int uni name equals stir len mess. Now if uniform name at uni name len this one equals semicolon, just will terminate it. Okay, now we look for our uniform in. I think it will terminate if there's room, but in our case, we just about fit. I think if passed line then plus 1, which is what we allocate, it will null terminate. Let's see your line. End of line is index. Line land is end minus start line. We allocate the space. We could just look up again the string copy documentation. Copies the first number of characters of source to destination. If the end of source C string is found before number of characters has been copied, destination is padded with zeros. No null character is implicitly appended at the end of destination if source is longer than null. Okay, so here's the important text. And this is the caveats I always forget. Here's the documentation. Yep, exactly. So for those not following along on the documentation side, this is basically the quote. No null character is implicitly appended at the end of destination if source is longer than num, which in our case it is. Yes. So I have to null terminate it. Perfect. I think we agree. Yes. Okay. If uniforms. Now here's this. We do. So let's see here. Last thing, I always forget the unordered map contains. Actually, we have an example in our shader. So let's just go steal that. So if you look in our uniforms, okay, to find uniform name, uniforms end. I've always hated this syntax. I would like a find that returns a boolean. Result equals that. Let me think. I always use the array index, but that's not going to work very well. So what I want is, I think, at. Okay, so if it's not end, we found it. So we want to know cur location equals that thing. Cur location not equal to the location we just parsed. Log error location mismatch of thing modulus d versus modulus d, and it would be up to me to debug which was which. So uniform name, location parsed, and current location stored. Otherwise, oh wait, if they match, there's nothing to do, so that's fine. If we did not find a match, then uniforms, is it put or insert? I've used so many languages in my life, I've stopped paying attention. Put, insert, and place. We can emplace. Sure. Place, oops. The uniform name and our location. There. Let's just add some logging just so we can see the flow here. Note, location. No, it's in there. Already present and matches. Location. Active. Just watch the flow on the console. Oops. What is that? Statement has no effect. I beg to know because of equally. Now it has an effect. We'll get there eventually. Sometimes the compiler's right, it turns out. Found uniform viewport. Okay, I want to clean that up earlier. There we go. Make it a little easier to read. Okay, looking for uniforms in some file. We found a uniform, clipping enabled at location 1. It's a type integer, which we're discarding, we don't care. And we've already found one of these because this is actually part of fragment. And up here in color quad V, we already found it and it matches. Already present and matches. So we could break a shader. So if we go to like color quad F, so we know that we parse F after V. And if we change the location of the clipping enabled to 13. There, location mismatch. It's easy to see. Nice. View clipping enabled 13 versus 1. 1 already existed, 13 is what we parsed. Good. I'd say that's pretty successful in most regards. Therefore, our logging cleaned up a little bit. On a uniform, location mismatch, we don't care about the correct thing, it should just work. Okay, up here we find the uniforms. Now where we need these is in header. Output header, right header. So we output our asset indices. Feel free to ignore this additional sidetrack. Do we need to allocate here at all? Could we not just pass text plus start of line as the first argument to scanf? Yeah, I just like isolating the lines. I think that it's easier to debug if I isolate the line with a copy. We already do query the driver at build time. Neat. Yes. Oh, we do not. Which driver? No, we're hard coding the driver to OpenGL 3.3. That is all we do. And now we have one extension that we're allowing because it is handy. I don't know if in the name of purism I should remove that extension and go back to the way I was talking about where I have an indexed hash basically, but that's fine. I'm learning. I mean, use the OpenGL API to get the effective uniform locations at build time. No, yes, we're not doing that at build time. What we were doing was basically the first time you run the shader and try to bind a uniform, it would look up the location, cache it, but that cache was being looked up by name. I'd rather look it up by index. But this means I don't have to look anything up. The location is just hard-coded now at embedding resources time, which is even faster than an array lookup. Not much. It's only slight. It's probably negligible. Yeah. At build time, use the OpenGL API. That would be cool. I'm going to try and keep it simple, I think. Okay. So in theory, we now have enough information after asset. Here. To embed more stuff. We probably should break this up a little bit visually here. Okay. See, and this is one of the things about OpenGL. There's so much to know. Like, where do you start Googling? I could read through all the documentation. That is true. I could. And I've pulled it up and glanced through it. And when I know there's a function I need, I look it up. So it's not like I'm averse to reading documentation, but like it's kind of a fire hose. Where do you start? What's the right order to learn about all the different features? I don't know. So far I've got like bindings and things, textures, shaders. And basically that's all I need for this first game. I think for the second game, we're going to do a lot more actual active OpenGL learning, since we'll have see, there was all my bookmarks are on my other account. I keep my streaming account separate from my personal account. I have the different documentation links, so I'm not sure. Actually, I was just on the wiki, wasn't I? OpenGL wiki, yeah. Yeah, so this may very well even be linked on my other user account. Let me link it on this one under resources, OpenGL wiki. Yeah, so the goal of this game is to keep things very scoped, very normal, very small, very minimal, build up some basic functionality, get things working, ship it, build a second game. During the second game, like I've got a long laundry list of things to do between game projects, right? Various improvements to, let's say that's the end of the project. It's Gardner delayed, like just a whole bunch of things that I'd like to fix or update or change. I don't think my code that I'm writing now is perfect, but I figure if you build it 3 times, you got a pretty good system. First time is me learning. Second time, I've got a long list of things to fix. The third time, I'll kind of know what I'm doing. So we'll expand scope with each project. Things like OpenGL, I guess it's also pretty good figuring out what feature chunks might be interesting. Yeah, and maybe that's my problem is I go to the documentation site, the API documentation, and I just start clicking on function names and I read it like, I'm not sure what that's talking about. And then you're down a rabbit hole. Whereas on the wiki, maybe it's more hierarchical in presentation, therefore easier to consume. Yeah, no. Okay. All right, back to it. So we got to write out for each shared pair in pair dot vert key pair dot brand key. Okay. printf out file, bunch of things. The first thing will be 2, 3, 4 modulus s modulus s. So we know what file we're dealing with in the code. We're going to do static const int string equals integer. Or let's see here, std what do we have? Let's do iterator options for this thing. So not a good example. Iterator int. Unordered. Iterator for loop. I would like it to be an order. Not care that much. Range-based for loop. Std vector class to store the map elements and sort them before iterating. Except I want to sort by the value. Oh, it will iterate over the order they were inserted. It's not the worst. Or we could cheat. We could cheat. We could build val up in order. I like things in order. Maybe I'm too OCD, but we can do this. Found include vector, and let's get a pair. Uniform. Oh no, we're not. Basically down here. Okay. Std vector of std pair of std string int uniforms. Oh, let's see here. Let's rename this real quick. Pair with shader pair, just to be clear. That is not, yeah, it's different pair. Then for each auto entry in file.uniforms, uniforms push or dot embrace back. Entry dot first. Entry second. So basically I can iterate through the uniforms and shove all of this into a vector Then I just have to tell the vector how to sort. So I'd like it sorted by location. Boom. Oh, I think that means I need utilities. Or algorithms. Is it algorithms or utilities? I think it's an algorithms, right? Algorithms. Algorithm. C++ algorithm. Sort. Okay, so that is sort. It's hidden in algorithm. Sort given uniforms.begin to uniforms.end. Auto left right. This is pairs. Turn. Left dot second less than right dot second left right. I think that'll work. Then for auto pair in uniforms. Pair dot first, pair dot second. What are the odds that all works the way we hope? Well, there's a couple of issues already. Because I did not put new line characters in that line or that. Pair. Oh, come on. Oh. Really? STP pair. Is that just in like utilities? It is an utility. Okay. I'm super consistent about some things, but you know, what do you do? Doing here. Oh yes, dot C string. All right, let's see how bad the output is. Run it. Okay, that one looks okay. And then we go to shader warehouse. Reload it. We have our unit forms for texture quads. Batch texture quads. Oh, I forgot about this thing. We need to deal with that. It's so close. Actually, this is really close. Flipping MVP and PL. So good. Except for this part. But we need an array of textures there. So we gotta get rid of that. You can have a number at the end, so it's not like I can look for alpha. I need to scan back if I see a square brace, then scan back until I see the open brace. Remove that. Super close. Given the types of data I deal with, this is about as complicated as it gets. Hopefully this just works, question mark. All right, so that was in read file. Find uniforms. We are looking for this. Union England. Let's find this. The next to last character is equal to a square brace. Then we need to scan backwards till we hit the open brace. Char star iterator equals this thing plus union name minus 1 enter not equal to the open brace minus minus. So we're just going to scan backwards until we hit that. We don't actually need to do anything. Kind of. Let's just do this. Let's make it a while. Contents of iterator is not equal to this thing. So as soon as iterator equals that, then the contents of iter equals 0, and we're done. So let's see an open bracket, point at it, and then we move backwards until we are looking at the open bracket, and then we replace the open bracket, our name, with a null character. Everything else should work the same. Oh, for Pete's sake. Well, why is it asking me if I want to save shader workouts? I didn't change shader workouts, did I? I did. Uniform name. There we go. Hit the shaders, shader workouts. And now textures doesn't have square brackets. Done. Phew. Let's put some more comments in that output though. I feel like that needs more explanation. Enum class asset is fine. Here though. Uniform locations derived from shaders. Okay. Last run of this in theory. Shader warehouse. File. Let's do a full clean and debug build. Oh. Oh. There are multiples, so I have to. Information needed for shader program in the CPP. Yep, that is correct. I do have multiple definitions of that. So I have to decide how to disambiguate those. And I'm going to pause for a quick restroom break first. So I will be back in just a moment. Fixed text today. I shan't be long. Okay, we are back. Chair stream mentioned. Yes. Uni nameline should be inside above if block. Yeah. So my current thought now. So grab this much and tack it on where this letter U is. It only has to be done here where I'm outputting them. Disambiguates everything. Isn't the worst. Kind of in like the wrap this up mode here. So up here we're getting uniform names. We're getting like these characters. I'm using U underscore everywhere. So that should strip the U off for me, in theory. Clifford Z's, welcome back. Yeah, chair stream, only for a minute. It was 2 a.m. Oh my goodness. And I'm battling auto tools. Oh, auto tools, yeah. Couldn't replicate my build in a container environment. It was huffing and puffing, so turned out I had installed symlinks. Oh yeah, symlinks, and auto tools have copy options. That's not the default. My last job, there was all these people trying to get everybody to switch over to Nix OS for all of our package and build environment management, and everything became symlinked, which means ugh. It caused months of work for everyone. Yeah, and the error messages are completely nonsensical. I can't find that. It's like it's right bloody there. I can see it. Oh, it's a symlink. Wonderful. Look at the directory in LS. Where are those files? Yeah. Yep. Nope. All these auto build systems always trying to be so clever. Yep. Well, at least you found it. That's good. Oh, man. Dot H. That's not outputting what I thought it was going to output. Yep, I better know what happened there. That's type, not name. U underscore. Yeah, that was better. Texture. Interesting that that's the one I have capitalized. There it is. That's uncharacteristic of me. The other one was in text. It's probably just in the fragment shader.
It's running a mile, so maybe it has to be tomorrow.
Okay. Okay, now it's just a prefix problem. We need to take this thing minus 676. Length of the word minus 6. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's it. Okay. Okay, I remember what that was about. It's shaders. Static constant something. Don't need this output anymore because we're going to prefix some of this stuff. Modulus S is actually the first thing we do. Let's save this line so I can look at it for reference. Delete that. I spent maybe like 120 hours looking at that. Oh, yeah, no, we wasted months. Engineering effort gone down the drain. I don't mean I was staring at 120 hours just that I blocked myself that long. Oh, okay. Blocked yourself for 120 hours. Yeah, no, that's pretty brutal getting caught by something like that. Everything, I used to have files in these places and now they're symlinks and brutal. Nice thing about garden rakes is you don't step on them twice. Oh no, you say that, but you step on them over and over again. I could be working on other stuff that is still decoupled from the rest of the project. Yeah, but it's like I tell people, what makes you a good programmer isn't necessarily reading all the right books, and clean code, and solid principles, and RAII, and all that garbage. It's you're too bullheaded ornery, too stubborn to let something go. Sideshow Bob experience. Yep. Oh, there is nothing like that. What about this? We can use a different function altogether, even if it is cheating. Size and count. Okay. We're going to devolve into right, which, of course, behaves completely differently. So it's pair dot shader pair dot vert key dot c string size of a character, and we want, oh, that's not a c string, that is just a string. Len of shader pair dot vert key minus 6 into out file. Then fprint f out file modulus s equals modulus d backslash n pair dot first dot c string pair dot second. Let's see what this does to me. Data warehouse. Texture MVP, texture batch MVP, texture batch textures. Color quad MVP, clipping enabled. I think we've disambiguated. File. A clean build. Whew. Forgot to leave. No worries. I will. Okay, that image is too good. Good share. You have benefit of the doubt until you share something that I don't want to show on stream or don't want to see myself. Then you're in the doghouse. But that one was good enough. We will share that on the stream while we take in our loss here. Where's the thing? This thing. Yes, let's see now. Let's make it right sizable here. Oh, okay, there we go. Is that gonna resize about right? It's hard to tell. There we go. Now we can see it. Yep. Yeah, that's pretty spot on. That's pretty good. Speaking of jumping on rakes, here I thought I had something compilable and running, and now I gotta go figure out what's wrong with it. So, fun times. We may have expected a semicolon at the end of a declaration. How unreasonable of C, my goodness. Here I copied everything else correctly except the dadgum semicolon here. Didn't even notice they were missing. Reload. There they are. We found them. Can't remember now. Oh. Okay. Build finished. It actually finished. Now, none of that feature we just built in is in use anywhere, but this is the first time we've had it working in like an hour. Jinx myself by saying it's working before I actually ran it. So that's how we roll. If you are going to step on a rake, the best thing to do is just jump off the rail and go for it, right? Don't hesitate, don't look weak. I invented a term for that. I call it flursk. You flursk when you do a new activity with so much confidence that you convince people that whether you succeed or fail, you really should have succeeded and it was a fluke that you didn't. Then there's blurf. When you blurf something, you hesitate and hem and haw so much that whether you succeed or not, people assume it was a fluke. Very useful words. This is also, I'm on a distro that doesn't actually have user bin stuff, and say I had to use the app that bundles JRE and JRE runtime. It depends on some system libs. Oh, yeah. When the linker can't find shared objects, all you get is executable no such file. So I am statically linking this project here. Everything should be embedded, you would think, right? So when I copy the executable over to my son's laptop, another Windows machine, nothing interesting. It can't find a DLL. Makes me so mad. I said statically freaking link it, you morons. No, there's still something dynamically linked. I don't know. I'm trying so hard. I'll probably end up having to remove libgc, libgcc, libc, there we go. Remove libc and write my own implementations of the functions I use. Mixer that doesn't go. I use Nix, by the way. Good. Oh yeah, those mixers. They're almost as bad as vegans, right? Where it's like, oh, by the way, I'm vegan. Oh, okay. New Greeks. Okay. Alright, so things are working. And now finally, shader. We're gonna make the change that breaks everything. Let's save our work here. And then we'll break everything. Shader embed process now parses for uniforms. Uniforms are what? Have explicit. Here we go. That's what it is. Have explicit locations. This makes sense this way. Shader embed process now parses for uniforms and their locations. Uniforms and locations are static const in the shader warehouse. Nothing uses these yet. Shell hit status hit add everything hit commit shaders embed their explicit uniform locations minor cleanup on other embedding processes. Boom. Now we can break it. In shader, we are passing in this dadgum name. We're just going to pass in the uniform location. This whole uniform location cache goes away. We do not need this function anymore. And all of these become... Let me check. What was that? Int 32. Sure. We can pass in an int 32. I'm okay with that. Const char star name with int 32t location. Sure, we'll be very wordy on this one. Boom. Okay, this function I said builds away. It certainly did say that. Create shader, blah blah blah. We do not need a uniform location, thank you. We need this uniform location. Oh, that's so much cleaner, so much better. Now, nothing that uses the shader does that yet. So we're gonna have a lot of compile errors to trace down. That actually isn't that bad. The compiler will tell us where to go. Oh. What DLL was I looking for? Yeah, I'm terrible with taking notes. I have a hard time with commit messages. Commit cleanup. Nice, nice. You know, I hated note taking at work, but since I started this like dev journal that we've been working out of, like this just feels so much better to me. I have notes on what I did when and how long it took and what it did. But I don't know. But yeah, up until lately I've been with you. I don't like note taking, but when I'm taking notes for myself, I've actually liked it. Keeps my head clear. There is no way that combined. Okay, here's all the shader errors. Boom. Shader warehouse. Texture. Shader warehouse. Text MVP. But that fixes it. That's the other one. Text quad. Quad textures. Text quad MVP. And done. Color quad. S3, we're going to look for S quote U underscore. Go back, delete, search for quote, delete. Go back, oops. And then we go with, what was the shader called? Called quad. Center of 4. Is it called quad? It was. Good. Good job, D. Way to be consistent with yourself. Color quad, color quad batch. Actually, runs the same process. Oh, that's here. 4. Actually, mine's a lot less uniforms because it's some of that data is embedded in the vertex buffer. Okay. Text. Here we go. Let us modify what we're doing here. U underscore. All we need is text. That should do it. Except for that one. Set the texture, MVP, clipping enabled, clipping rectangle, viewport, and clipping enabled. Oh. Well, we came so close. We really did. I forgot to namespace it. Shader warehouse. Color quads, color quad batch, you only need one. Good old name spacing. And try it again. Much closer. It worked. Now, where even am I? Outside source. Build, debug, word sleuth. It's alive. Um, our frames per second are reasonably high. That's 2200, 23. Yeah. So we didn't get a huge speed up, but we are no longer hashing. That makes me happy. I like not hashing. Not hashing makes me feel good inside. Hmm. Pointer. Easy words. And yep, same thing here. We've already talked about those bugs, but we got a full and complete refactor so that shader no longer has an unordered map. It doesn't need string. It was the whole goal. Boom. Pat, I am not capping my frame rate. GPU's just screaming away as fast as I can. Yes. Yeah, Pat, we did. But we just added a note on the to-do list to fix that. Books on the bookshelf aren't rendering properly, and when we go to the next level, it's not clearing the guess of the old color guesses. So those are open items, which we now have time. We embedded our uniforms in our shader in the shader warehouse. And we are removing shader cache uniform location under map. That is done. Everything now uses the explicit data or asset embedded time uniform locations. No more unordered map hashing in the main loop, in the main render loop. Done. Alright, hit status, git add, git commit-m. Shaders now use explicit uniform locations everywhere. Done. Not a bad day's work, and we've still got time left. I've got like almost an hour, maybe. So why don't we go slap that one bug right upside the head? Let's get this one. We introduced it today. We should fix it today. But I'm pretty sure it has to do with next level here. M_guesses. Right here. Guesses text sub index. Set text color to game context normal. I think that's it. That's basically all we have to do. Easy bugs. I like easy bugs. So to speed things along, do a whole bunch of letters. Cheat. Submit. Okay, now. Time lunch. That did not fix it. Did I run a build? Being seen. When I say set color, I mean it. That's awkward. That should have been it. I do not want the order here to have to matter, but it would be informative to know if it does. Kind of an interesting word all on its own. Thump. Don't even have to cheat. Okay. Huh. Color. Yet. It's definitely not doing that. Well, the other color should be set correctly. I'm setting the state to normal, so when they fall, they will get the normal. Very strange. Very strange. Ugh. Okay, so not only do I have underestimated the difficulty of this bug. This should have been super straightforward. Super straightforward. After all that progress we made today. So what have I done? I'm going to set text color. Let's take place. Set text color other places and it takes just fine. Like this one, all those letters that we marked up on the board. In context, normal. It's the unanimated version. So one possibility is we're setting the color, setting the text. Let's just see if this does anything. Let's just slip some letters for fun. Just for profit, we cheat. Oh. Oh wow, set text is not doing any of the things I would expect right now. These all got their color text changed. How about these ones? What has happened? Question mark. Yeah, this is not nearly as easy as it looks. What did I do? What have I done? So one, this should be unnecessary. As a next level, which is called at the start of every level. This thing should happen. Yeah, so running with my frames per second unbounded basically tells me how much time each loop takes me. So I have an idea how inefficient I'm being. There was a time when some of my performance was dipped down to 1600 frames per second. There is an option to turn VSync on in the settings, so if you prefer that, our frames per second is then capped to 60 or whatever your machine hardware is. But for me to understand my code efficiencies or not. I do have some lagging filtering running in, but that still seems a bit slower than it was. This one is an expensive frame here. All those buttons. Anyway, that's besides the point. Point is, we can cap our frame rate or not. Up to us. Rebasing is a tough minigame. Rebasing can be. I will not lie. I prefer the solo developer experience where it's just me rebasing my own code. Right. This bug is vexing me. Okay, what if we do this? Oh, wait. So put this in when we're animating. We're not animating. Should do that. Run with no animations. Let's see what we get. Okay, the word is W or X. S. Oh, that one matches nicely. O is out. Those are out. R is in. Out. Out. W or X. Wiser. So it's not an animation problem, it's back to our text color problem. Which I thought we had fixed. What the heck? Set the color dirty. And these dirty flags are not cleared ever unless it gets into that render frame. So even if my text isn't being updated or rendered, this is the only place it clears them. So I make these updates while it's not being rendered. Those updates should remain queued until the render. What is going on here? Text has been a bit of a pain in the neck. everything about text is so interconnected and interrelated. It's not just simple bookkeeping. You're laying out text and doing automatic line wrapping and wrapping long words. Everything is affected to the point that something as simple as changing the color is causing me grief. Okay, this was supposed to be an easy fix. I don't see that happening now. Okay, what about that's fine. It's not animation related, so it doesn't matter. All right, make a bunch of junk. Cheat. I'm typing a bunch of stuff. Then we clear. Nothing happened. And then they popped. Oh, interesting. So when I click R, this one will turn green and the rest of these will turn white. If I hit H, all the red ones will turn gray and H will flip to green. Oh my. So I'm setting color, and it is being propagated. Color is being set. It's just not taking effect until something else updates the state within that word color. So we can click on M, T. So why are they not updating their color? Let me think this through. Let's see. Game scene. So here we are, we set text color. Set our color. You know what? Screw it. If we call set text color force it. Which also simplifies this to just setting color. Okay, let's get a bunch of words up there again. Crowd lines. Word. Select each. Interesting word. Demon. S has to be in and C has to be in. Which means those go away and T is in. ED flogs. Jacks. Oh, J or K, huh? X. Okay, we're two. Dang it. As soon as I hit any letter, it fully updates the text. Well, said true, 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 till false. It's basically this. We set every quad to its new color. The manufacturer place guest text color is set here. And we can set a breakpoint there. All right. Very strange. Game scene 415. Run. Okay, so we want to continue. Continue a bunch. Okay. Now we just want one word. And we're going to mark Prime. We cheat. And submit. So all those letters go up. Yay. And here's where we hit the breakpoint that matters. Next. Other. Which is here at 312. Breakpoint type, that's P at 312. Continue. Print underscore color. Print coming color parameters. They are equivalent. Print underscore color. What is it called? Is color dirty? No, just color dirty. It is not dirty. So we go next, next. Now it is dirty. Next. Oh, why are you checking for equivalence? Just assign it. It's a fast copy. That doesn't really affect anything. Frankly, that all behaved as expected. So print underscore odd colors is full of junk. How would it be full of junk at this point? Oh, yeah. That is a green. Okay. Oh. All right. Okay, so we restart this debug session. So let's see here. Next level 413. Set text cover. Jump in at 315. Oh, I didn't need to rebase, I just needed to merge my branch. Oh, yeah, gotta merge, gotta merge. Just a moment. Okay. Sorry about that. 3-year-old needed talking down. But now I know how to rebase. I'm trying to think. I think the most common operation I would do. So here's my main workflow when I was working for a big company. I'd get a feature request. I would create a branch off of main. I'd work out of that, figure everything out, get all the commits done on that branch. Then I would squash merge onto, so basically a interactive rebase over the last n commits on my branch onto master and squash them all into a single commit. Yeah, rebase -I makes it a lot more clear, I think, because it's interactive. You can kind of pick and choose what's going where. Who was us? Who was them? Yep. That's good. It's good to not break the main trunk. But yeah, first few times you do it, you're like, wait a second. Who's where? So good work. Not breaking your not breaking your code. Okay. So we're going to actually, turns out almost everything is a rebase. Squash is potentially dangerous, but yeah. Break in game scene.cpp 13 run. We hit that one the second time. So we're going to continue. We'll, in one word, make it super colorful so we know what we're getting. Cheat and enter. Now it should set that color. So we're going to set a breakpoint in text. CPP at line 315. Continue. Now, print underscore color. That's our default color. Print index. Next. So n underscore, let's see here. Print index. Print index. Okay. Print underscore quad colors at 0. We've clearly gone over it. And now it's 192. If we print 1, it's full of the red color. Being wrong. Next. And now it should be all grays. Okay, so that's correct. At the start of the level, all of this is gray. Print underscore color dirty is true. So this is progressing like I would expect. It overwrites the existing color, not overwrites the existing colors. It says, here's the new color I want the next time you render. It sets the flag to true, so that's all good. So the next place this happens is in submit guess. Yes, submitted, I guess, is what we're looking for. Current guess, next guess. here. That line. I think this is the one that's doing it to me. This is the next place. And the render is relative to this. So let's see here. Line 704. So from 0 up to our current guess count, we render. So that means that we can have that change of colors set in the queue for quite a while before it's actually updated. So let me call set text, which is I say 704, right around here. Let's delete this one for now. Okay, we'll say breakpoint in game scene at 704. Continue. So this is in text, set color. I want to delete, let's see, remove, delete. GDB, remove, breakpoint. Clear, not delete, delete. Clear. We should just be able to clear. Text.cpp 315. Continue. And I don't know what state we ended up with, so maybe it doesn't matter. Assertion failed, things got in a weird state. Ugh. So I want a breakpoint in next level. So game scene.cpp line 413. Okay. Play. Continue. Oh, interesting. All reds. Let's make a couple of these green. Cheat. Submit. This is where we set the color. At 413. This is where we set the text color, so that's fine. And we've kind of verified that that's doing what we expect. So the next place we want to pause is break at scene at 704. Run. No, not run. Doggone it. Okay, well. Continue. It's continue, not run. Prime. Okay, we're going to continue here. Prime cheat. Enter. Okay, this one is where we set the color. Game scene.cpp 413. Right in here. Set the color at the start level. So we continue, not run. And it dies. Why is it dying? There's no stack there. Insertion failed, so there is no stack. My debugger is breaking things that have been working forever, so I can't debug the thing that I want to debug. Very clever of it. Devious. Right, low effort Z's. Good night. Thanks for dropping in. Play with shaders and spinning images tomorrow. Nice. I think I will do some serious shader OpenGL training after this game. This one I'm going to keep it simple, but there's too much to learn. So yes, good night. Talk to you tomorrow. We will look forward to seeing what spinning images you make. Go straight to 704. Run. Okay. Continue. Prime. Something predictable. Get our new word. Assertion failed. Why? We run it in the debugger, but we don't have a breakpoint on. Prime cheat. Enter. It is breaking. What? What if we run it outside the debugger altogether? That is a very strange thing to be breaking, given what I've. Prime cheat. Oh, is this crashing finally? Is this stuff crashing me? Texture parameter x-axis wrap. $94. I didn't want to debug this one before I could debug the other one. Ugh. Now we're at 5:30 and I'm losing ground. I was debugging one thing and now the other thing is crashing, so I can't debug the other thing. Very frustrating. Let's do with the dadgum books underscore books. Books material. Nice. Render set texture.
No,
No, I said it looked good. Very nice.
that's a no.
That's no. This is yes. Oh, 3-year-olds. This has been working until recently. This is a texture quad, of which there are very few. So if I did break something in texture quad, this might be the first place to catch it. Okay, books. Books. So there is book data. I don't know if books are being embedded properly or books.png. I have no reason to believe that's been corrupted, but I can look at the physical file. Assets, images, books.png. Looks the same as it always has. And these were generated the same exact way. So playmat, which is the bookshelf, table, and blackboard for now, works. Books should work. The sizes were correct. Thinking. I've had GDB break when it runs into a silent exception sometimes. GDB is not great. I'm not actually a big fan of GDB, but it's, what I've got, and I refuse to use Visual Studio on the principle that it's owned by Microsoft. I'm only developing on Windows because I have a Windows machine for the other business I'm running, where we develop a product for Windows. So if I didn't have Windows, I'd be on Linux or something. Plus, you can probably sell more games on Windows still than you can on Mac or Linux. So, multiple problems, and I don't know what the correct solution is. texture image. Think. As much as I don't like Microsoft either, the ID has the best debugger I've ever used. Yeah. I just don't like being dependent on Microsoft for anything. If I was in a better world, I wouldn't have to support any Windows, but that's the way we live. Okay. Looks has a reasonable size, width and height. This is the second time debugger has gotten me, where I'm in the middle of debugging something else and it forces me to shift my attention. It makes me sad and a little bit angry inside. I'm okay with those textures looking stupid. They're not the right textures. In fact, those are... Why are there 4 of them? No, I do know what that is about. I know what texture they're grabbing. Why are they grabbing that texture? Grabbing the wrong texture. Books. Image warehouse. Books is asset number 2. I go to image warehouse. I say get data for asset 2 and width and height. Here's 2. Oh. No, this is UVs. Okay, we ignore UVs. That's fine for now. Width, that's the height. 40 pixels. 230 pixels. PNG. Okay. So there's 0, 1, 2. I should be grabbing this data. Set texture, sorry, text quad. Set texture. Set texture. Texture store. There's a difference between the texture store and the texture asset, or the texture warehouse. Get the asset to get the index. We say if the texture there is null, load a new texture from this asset and return it. It's caching, so texture at that asset. Get width. Get height. Oh, interesting. No. Image index is set to the asset that's passed in. So we're loading the asset here, which is 2. So we should not be getting weird button colors over there. We should get books doing something. Debugger. Oh, the best viewers. No, I've already got the best viewers. So what I do if I need to heavy debug something, I take my C++ code I'm already using, create a new project in Visual Studio, load the files, and compile and use the debugger. Yeah. Serious issue. That is just so obscure, can't find issue. Yeah, well, we're starting to move into that territory. I say your next project should be creating Mugen in C++ using the Golang port command that's on GitHub. That sounds intense. I want to ramp up to that a little slower, I think. All right. Well, I'm running out of time. So I think we may have to leave it here, halfway through debugging 1, and not finishing exactly. But honestly, we got through all of the shader rework. That was pretty productive. So not too bad of a day. Little stumble here at the end. Weird things happening. We'll debug those tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow I'll have some new ideas, fresh ideas. Thanks for joining. Thanks for the chats. Maybe we should raid someone. We can always raid Travis Froman. He's got some good stuff. He's writing a game engine in C with Vulkan, so we're gonna pop in there for a raid, and then I'll bounce out and get myself some dinner. Thanks for joining. Have a good one. Talk to you tomorrow.